Right. Hopefully we should be alive. I have no idea how long I'm going to be able to stay awake for this stream, but we'll make an attempt. We'll start out with some IL-2 if the servers aren't totally dead. I've done a little bit of tweaking of my settings. It should look a little better, but it should also run a little better. It does in single player. We'll see if that holds true in multiplayer as well. Knowing my luck, it won't. I might also get back into doing campaigns in this, because true enough, Cathorius was right, they have improved the AI. It's still not great. It's not really... I mean, it's not bad, but it's not really Cliffs of Dover level. But it's getting there. It does more than just horizontally turn now. It'll chuck loops and rolls and try and jink your shots. So the AI is actually reactive now, which is a good change. If they can keep on with that and just tweak it a little bit more, it might actually be to the point where I can start doing a lot more single player stuff in this. Obviously, me being me, multiplayer is going to remain the focus, but I would like to try and get some of the campaigns in. And just for logistical reasons, it's much easier to do single player campaigns and try and do online ones. So that's something we might be able to do going forwards. Did I fuck something up on this skin, or am I just seeing things? I don't know. Anyway, in a minute I'll jump into multiplayer and see if any of the servers are populated. Hopefully they will be. We'll do some DCS later. So the MiG-21's been fixed. ARU is now no longer an issue, and we've got our R60s back on the Cold War server, albeit without any frontal aspect engagement, which is how they should have been in the first place. So I'm pretty excited for that, but we'll see if I can stay awake long enough for it. It's a bit touch and go. I've been awake since I think like 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. I haven't slept at all, so I'm trying to stay up at least until about that time tomorrow morning, about the time I'd normally start streaming, ideally a little later, and then just sleep through the day, because Folds of Honor is, I think, midnight my time tomorrow / day after, and it's easier for me to stay awake for the tournament than it is for me to go to sleep and then try and wake up early for the tournament. If I do that, I'm going to miss it. Last year as well, I ended up staying up all night for it. I must have been up for about 20-something hours by the time my fight came up, and I was fucking wired like you would not believe. It actually seems to be a good idea to stay up for the tournaments, because then I'm just like bouncing off the fucking ceiling and I can, you know, see sound and hear color and react to things much quicker. It's very odd. So yeah, we'll do some IL-2, try and keep myself awake with that, and then we will hop over to DCS. If I can make it that long. No guarantees this stream. Now, hopefully the game should perform well. Like I said, I tested it in single player and it was running quite nicely and it looked better. It's just trying to balance both, and I don't know how single player and multiplayer relate to each other in terms of performance in this game. Like in DCS, single player always runs enormously better than multiplayer does. Like, there's a massive difference. The same mission, just by virtue of being run in multiplayer, will run at like half the frame rate. Here I'm not so sure, but I did notice something interesting in single player, which is that some of the little hitches you get in this game, where the simulation like pauses for a frame or two, that happens in single player too, which is really curious. Give me your email and I'll mail you some processing power. Jeez, I think probably half the reason I don't have any processing power is because of how many fucking unread emails I got at this point. Cloud effects in IL-2 are brutal. Yeah, I turned the clouds down to not their lowest setting, but to like sort of a more medium setting. It makes it much harder to spot aircraft against cloud, but it does mean it runs a little better. I found that turning it up made it easier to spot them if they were above the clouds, but it also made it very, very taxing on my system. Hey, Wings of Liberty's pretty populated. Let's jump in there. can I see your settings quick? Maybe if if the server restarts or something, I don't want to have to quit back out and then back in. But also I did some tweaking in the startup ini, or startup config, whatever it is, ini file, I think. And that won't show up in the graphics menu. The one thing which I did figure out is motion blurs tied to the camera settings. The cinematic camera mode is what controls motion blur, which is the dumbest shit. Once I figured that one out, my frames jumped dramatically because I didn't have that shit anymore. If you have SSAO or HDR enabled, you should disable those. I think I have ambient occlusion enabled, but I have HDR disabled because the HDR in this game kind of sucks anyway. It's like it's like Gary's mod HDR. It's totally blown out. Rise of Flight had the same problem, which makes sense because it's the same engine. Okay, May. So we want some summer camo. Oh, we can fly from Gelendzhik. Nice. How are the teams? The Germans are outnumbered, but not by a huge margin, so... Spitfire B. Let's take our Yak 1B. It's not HDR, it just changes the gamma where you look. Yeah, that's kind of... And it adds like that really shitty bloom effect as well. The mirror's a puppy trap on this, like total puppy trap. The mirror on the Yak 1B actually covers more real estate than it gives you. On like maybe a Lavochkin or something, it would make more sense, but on a Yak 1B you've got such good rearwards visibility, you don't need a mirror. Let's go. I don't use the landing light or the RPK, but we'll take them anyway, because, you know, Gucci kit. And let's take the new pilot model. Not that I don't think Wings of Liberty has external views, but the new pilot model's pretty nice, I will say that. I'll go get some more liveries for these. I just made myself one for the Spitfire, but I haven't got very many custom ones. Let's just go with the grey. It's not an upgrade, it's just an option. Like, there's a lot of upgrades that are side grades, or they're just cosmetic. Like, for instance, there's actually upgrades which are kind of downgrades in most situations, like gun pods on some of the German planes. Someone emailed me some sleep as well. I feel like you're asking that question in very much the wrong chat. Like, if you want someone to give you some sleep, my chat is not the place to ask. Because I don't think any of us get much of that stuff. It's a little stuttery, but I also just loaded in, so... Uh-oh! Whoopsie daisies, that's how not to land a Spitfire right there. L2 timer, do you want to fly DCS later? If I can stay awake, I will get on DCS later, but I want to start with some L2. Feel like this game needs a new engine? Probably. I mean, it's not a bad engine, but it could use a new one, to be honest. I would say that this engine was a lot more suited to Rise of Flight with the World War I plane. Certainly the damage physics were better suited to soft body aircraft. Pilots based on Lydia Litviak? Yeah, that would be an upgrade. Before I forget, gotta get my rads. I gotta rebind a bunch of my controls in this. I really, like, one of the things I don't like about this game is the way the control binds are handled, but oh well. Hey Creve, I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Hey Robico. Long time no see indeed. Hope you've been well. And thanks for the follow. Now, where is whatever is attacking our airfield here? Hey Steve. Jeez, the whole gang's here. The new spotting's pretty good, so I can see, you guys might not be able to because of the stream resolution, but I can see those two aircraft right off my nose, even against the trees. It's not, like, amazingly better, but it's noticeably better. Doing okay? Glad to hear it. Twitch is really pushing condom ads on me. Pom said that too. He said he's been getting a lot of them as well. I'd like to point out that when you snuck the ET on me last night, I was trying to get my arms off and thought I had more time before you started shooting. Well, that's the whole point. Try and sneak the ET off while the other guy's not prepared, right? We'll stick with him. Can't quite tell what that is from here, but it looks like it might be a Lavochkin. So yeah, like I was saying, the AI actually has been significantly improved. I've got to give that to Cathorius. So in the future we might be doing some campaigns in this. They're a lot more reactive now. They actually try and evade your gunshots. They'll mix things up instead of just endlessly horizontally turning like they used to. Oh jeez. Something's happening up here. That looks kind of 109-ish from here, but it's hard to tell. Check my own tail. We're good. Like I said, there's no need for a mirror in the Act 1B. You've got really good rearwards visibility. Actually, some of the best in the game. In the older Act 1s with the Razorback, it would be more useful. Okay, one of those aircraft is down the valley in front of me. We got another I just saw off to my right. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't actually remember what ads I've been getting on Twitch lately. I kind of tune out. Can't tell what that is. Not from here. Get a bit closer. I think it might be a friendly though. Yeah, these settings are working really well. The game seems to be running much better. It's probably the motion blur that was killing my frames before, honestly. If I'd realized earlier how to turn it off, I would have. Yeah, there's someone up there. That's friendly. No, it's not. Maybe. No, it's not. Whatever's behind me isn't either. Shit. Okay, well he's gone down. But we got this one to worry about. It was a 190. I'm not going to catch him in a climb. Just have to try and bait him down here. Oh shit! Never mind. Never mind. Ouch! Murdered indeed. Well, they were a lot closer to our base than I thought they were. I thought it was like 1 or 2 guys, but apparently it was about half their team. Let's try that again. Might be an idea to try and side climb out to the east a bit, so I have more altitude when I engage them. Or maybe not. Watching on my HSD, just didn't pay attention to the fact you're at 40,000, therefore have a long ass range. Yeah. It's nice actually being able to get up to that altitude. Like, that was one thing I really noticed from that, although you guys kind of caught up to me in the end. It was nice actually being able to engage targets one at a time instead of having to deal with 10 spam rams from 5 different directions at once. And I found that in DDCS as well. I mean, in DDCS, the SAMs complicate it quite a lot, but if I can get into a situation where I'm fighting people one-on-one, or even maybe two-on-one, them against me, I do a lot better than I do on, say, GS or wherever. Like, way, way better. But I definitely do need to work on my BVR. It's still my weakest suit. By far. My only complaint about this plane is that, well, 2 complaints. One is the instrumentation's a bit incomplete for my liking, and the other is the lack of rudder trim. Rudder trim would make my life so much easier in the act. Hey, Liner. How you going? So we know they're over Novorossiysk. For those of you who are DCS players, you may recognize this area. That's Gelendzhik there. And that is Novorossiysk over there. How's IL-2 now? It's quite good. The spotting's better. It's not overpowered, but it's also like it's noticeably improved and better than DCS for sure. It runs nice and smoothly. The aircraft feel good. It's in a good place right now. Definitely in a good place. And I wasn't sure if I believed Cathorius yesterday or the day before when he said that they'd improved the AI, but they have. They actually have. Still not Cliffs of Dover level, but it's getting there. So might be some single-player campaign stuff in the future on stream. Since this game has it has like a really great dynamic campaign system, it was just the AI let it down before. So now if they can get the AI fixed, it should definitely improve things. Enough people? Yeah, this server's nearly full. It seems that over the past week at least, either Wings of Liberty or Combat Box or both have been packed to the rafters. So, very active.
Just wanted to say that it is bedtime and I am going to sleep. Your sleep schedule is great. Have a great stream, mate.
Cheers, Kennedy. Thanks for the resub, man. I hope you sleep better than I do. And I will probably catch you at a slightly less insane time, sometime in the next few days. I'm kind of deliberately mucking up my sleep schedule here so I don't miss the dogfighting tournament. Really great VR support. See, I don't know about that because I don't have VR, but I'll take your word for it. I know DCS's VR support definitely leaves a lot to be desired, so if this is an improvement, then it must be good. Or work in the morning? Oh, rough. There was somebody here, and they disappeared into this cloud, and now I am concerned because I don't see them anymore. And I don't know which team they were on. Maybe I shouldn't have followed them. Maybe I shouldn't have followed them. Oh, we got somebody down there. That looks a bit tasty. Do I dare dive into that mess? I think I might as well. They'll come up to meet me anyway. Oh, speak of the devil. Green flare, huh? I gotta watch G-Lock here. That's gonna be my big enemy when dealing with 109s, especially in the vertical. And I think that's what a lot of the 109 guys try and do, is force you to G-Lock yourself in the vertical. Really, bro? Going all out with those flares, huh? Ooh! Jesus! Okay. I didn't think he'd take that shot, but he did. I think we've made a terrible mistake coming down here. A terrible mistake. Oh, here comes the finisher. My controls are a bit marginal. It really does, yeah. I really struggle on combat box especially, but even here, like, a lot of these guys have been playing a lot more than I have. They're really good at making these planes do some incredible stuff. See, the thing is, I can pull better than him, but not if I'm going to black out. I needed to get that fight a lot slower before I could really leverage my turn. Now, that said, a good 109 pilot can turn with the yak, but he has to be genuinely good. Oof. How many of them are there? Jesus. Okay, we might go from the other airbase, because, a bit crowded. Just a little bit crowded. I guess if I turn and head... yeah, no, let's go from Severskaya. A little less risky. Okay, so we've already got the right setup. Don't understand energy retention in this game. Guys with the nose speed still seem to nose up on me. There's a couple things that contribute to that. the flaps give you probably more lift than they should. Like, you can get free lift out of the flaps just by the prop wash going over them. Some aircraft it's more pronounced than others. As well as that, some guys are just like wizards with energy retention. Even if they look like they've got nothing left, they'll find some somewhere. There's also been a bit of drama lately about people using, like, actually using cheat engine to muck with the flight models, but I don't think that's that common. I think it's pretty rare. I think in most cases it's just people that play this game a lot more than I do, and so know their aircraft a lot better. Most of the things I thought looked really sus were either netcode or me losing sight of somebody and spotting somebody else that I thought was the same aircraft. Been accused of it though. Not surprised. Wait, you mean to tell me you don't have an aimbot for that 37mm? See, I've had people that were behind me, like, or people that were kind of in front of me, disappear and then reappear behind me in, like, 2 frames. But in that case, I think it was because the server was really choking, and it, you know, you get that weird kind of freezing that the game does when the server's under really heavy load. I think that was what was causing it in that case. I forgot something rather important. Good thing I remembered that before I ended up going face first into a hangar. Unfortunately, IL-2, unlike DCS, can't be told to remember your stick inputs. So I've got my mixture slider set to 100% already, but it doesn't, like, recognize it unless I move it. And I constantly forget to move it because I'm used to DCS just picking up wherever my controls are without any movement. Yeah, fridge launcher. Dude, you should see Krupp with that thing. It's disgusting the shots he can connect with that gun. Go ahead. Kinda west-southwest-ish. Hey Gabba, I am indeed alright. A little sleep deprived, but alright. Hope you are also doing well, my friend. Doing some IL-2 today. We're going to go to DCS later, if I can stay awake long enough. And I'm getting a very sharp lesson in humility from the 109s on here at the moment. You spotting any good? Mm-hmm. Thought you looked fresher. No, I'm on my second wind, I think. So probably within an hour or two, I'll start looking like a fucking zombie. I already feel a bit like one. On and off. Some days I sleep really well, some days I don't. And the I don't category includes both not sleeping and oversleeping, which is just as bad for me as if I don't sleep at all. I've been doing a lot of oversleeping lately. I really wish this song was mixed louder on this album. It's my favorite song in the whole album. It's also really quiet for some reason. Oh, this shows you where you are on the map, doesn't it? Combat Box doesn't, but Wings of Liberty does. No externals on either of them, though. PTSD makes sure I don't sleep, so I have to smoke myself. Sleep, it's fucking bollocks. Yep. I would imagine it would be. I usually just, like, if I wake up with nightmares or whatever, I usually have to basically tire myself out. I'll start reading or I'll go and do something until I just fall asleep again. So that's probably part of the reason I don't sleep regular hours, is because if I get, like, if my sleep gets disturbed or I wake up in the night, I'm not going to get right back to sleep. I get a fair bit of sleep paralysis as well, and if I get that, I can't sleep for the rest of the night. I had one wonderful night where I had it 3 times in a row, and I didn't sleep for 2 days afterwards. Thankfully, I haven't had it recently, though. I feel like I've just jinxed myself saying that. Streams help me chill, so thank you. Well, I'm glad I can be a service, man. Very glad. I mean, to be fair, having you guys around has helped me chill as well, so there you go. Works both ways. It's interesting, I don't know if it's because of my cloud settings or if it's because of the canopy reflections, but there's actually kind of a blurry patch when I look forwards through the canopy from this angle. It's almost like it's modeling the, like the imperfections in the Perspex casting. I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what it seems to be. Because these, even modern bubble canopies distort the view, but especially these older ones, if you view them at a sharp angle, it really distorts the image quite a lot. I mean, if you've ever kind of put your head against a window on a bus or a train or something, you'll know. It's many times worse if it's a curved surface. To be fair, the reflections aren't too bad. It's better than DCS, where it's either not reflective or it's a static baked reflection, I'll put it that way. I've got it set to like the medium reflection setting. There's one which is, I'm not sure if it's real time, but it's a bit more graphically intense, so I'm sticking with this one for now, but I might experiment with the higher one at some point. See how it looks. Because I think DCS, it either really overmodels it with the static reflections, or it really undermodels it. Like a lot of modules, there's just no reflections at all, and it's really not what it should look like. Ready for Fight for Honor tomorrow. I'm ready to suck with confidence and lose with honor, as Mover himself would say. My bracket got shifted, so thank fuck I'm not fighting Pixie. I think we were both happy that that got changed. I didn't want to get Carlos by an F-15, and he didn't want to deal with my Mirage, so... Yeah, the guy I'm against now, I don't think I've ever encountered before, so he could be amazing, or he could be an easy kill. We'll find out which. I'll try not to get too cocky before the fight, because that's what usually brings me unstuck. I have barely practiced. I'm probably not going to practice beforehand. I'm just going to see what happens, basically. If I get through, I get through. If I don't, I don't. It's pretty right to me. Flew in a bubble canopy, Grob 115D, and it looks just like that. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, it's pretty accurate, but it also depends on, like, how much light's catching the canopy, at what angle, and so on. Like, especially if the light's catching it, it makes it really obvious with the reflections, whereas shadow makes it a little less so. The Bristol, which I have done about half my hours in, has like a semi-bubble canopy, and it does reflect a fair bit. Of course, the tanks are the objective way behind me. Do you each have to fly the same plane in the tournament? No, you fly whatever you want. Like, if you really want to, you can take a World War II plane up against the jets. But each jet has a certain G limit this time. This wasn't enforced last year, but it has been this year. So you've got G limits you can't break, otherwise it's counted as a loss due to overstressing the aircraft. And also, obviously, different aircraft have different strengths and weaknesses. So you've got to not only know your own aircraft, but you've also got to have at least some idea of the enemy aircraft and know what it can and can't do. So there are some aircraft I have a lot more experience against, and there are others which I have never really fought before. The JF-17 I barely ever fought. The Mirage I have fought quite a lot, but I'm really rusty. So like versus light combat is always the hardest, because the other guy can pull the exact same tricks you can, and if he flies the type as much as you do, he will be able to identify what you're doing just by watching you. Like, most Mirage pilots can spot each other's tricks from a long way off, which makes it much harder than, say, if I was fighting an F-16 or an F-18. And because most people in DCS, if they're going to dogfight, take the F-18, I have a lot more experience fighting those than anything else. Which isn't to say I find them easy to beat, they're definitely not, but, you know, that's what I'm the most accustomed to dealing with. That's Novorossiysk down there, Gelendzhik off my left wingtip. So that's where the spice is happening. I'm kind of in two minds about whether I want to dive back down there or if I just want to linger around above. I mean, it's pretty trivial for a 109 to climb up and try and belly stab me, so... Would be stupid to take the MiG-21? I don't know if I'd say it'd be stupid, but it would take a pilot better than me, I think. The MiG-21 does have certain handling characteristics that make it very strong in a dogfight, but it's also much harder to fly. You've got to be a lot more precise with the controls, it's a lot more unforgiving. So, you know, the Tomcat's already quite hard to fight against the fly-by-wire 4th gens in, like, say, the Mirage or the F-16 or the F-18. Taking the MiG-21, which is even more spirited than the Tomcat, shall we say, it's really challenging. Now, if I was fighting someone who's flying an F-5, I would take the MiG-21 quite happily, but against a Hornet, I have gun-killed Hornets before in PvP servers with the MiG-21, but it's quite rare, and usually it's because I catch them by surprise or they panic. If it's in an organized 1 versus 1 neutral merge situation, I don't have that kind of element of surprise to lean on, and it makes it much more difficult for me to come out on top. Speaking of coming out on top, I wonder if... How many are there? There's 3 I can see right now, probably more, but are they German, or do we have some friendlies down there? I'd say they're probably all German, because they look like they're strafing things. Now, one thing I got to be careful of in the Axe is the dive speed is quite low. They're quite nimble aircraft, but they're a little fragile in the sense that if you build up too much speed in a dive, it's very easy to lose your control surfaces. Okay, there's at least 1 friendly down there, but I kind of feel like that might be 2 enemies in a friendly. 6 check, we're good for now. My other big concern is coming down with all this speed, it's not difficult for them to force me past them. And as you guys saw, the 109 pilots are very good at exploiting G-lock against you. That's definitely not friendly. It's either a 109 or a 190. Can't quite make out from here, but it is not friendly, and we do not want to let it get in behind us. It's a 190. I think I hit him there, but not enough to kill him. He's trying to force me past him here. Using a lot of rudder in these rolls, because the ailerons are not very effective at this high of an angle of attack. He's probably got friends nearby, so I've got to be careful. He's trying to outrun me now. 6 check, we're good. For now. Got my engine mixture in the panic. Not actually sure if a 190A will outrun me on the deck. I think it might. But we can at least keep the pressure on. Oh, no we can't. He did have a friend. And here he comes for the follow-up. Tunnel vision always gets me. Yeah, I probably should have let him go. I don't think there's much hope of me making it back to a friendly airfield. I'm just going to have to set it down here. Rude. Okay, maybe we should just stop coming to Novorossiysk. It is not going well for us at any point when we come over here. Might hang about over the other objectives and just leave these guys to play over the port. I think I did land a couple hits. The problem is that the Yaks are very lightly armed. which makes them very responsive and very nimble on the controls. It also means that all your guns are grouped together, so they impact quite a small area. Good concentration of fire, but they don't really have the firepower. So you have to be a really good shot to make these things work well. And I am not as good a shot as I once was. That is for sure. Let's maybe see if we can try and stay with this guy. Might slightly increase my odds of surviving. So far, we've been shot down a whole lot and we haven't killed anything. Which is kind of the reverse of what happened last stream. Oh well. We'll get there. I do think I'll be playing this more now, between the spotting improvements and the fact they are starting to work the AI over. It means I can get a lot more out of the game, even when the servers aren't full. I'll get some more desert wings in as well. This guy's just leaving me for dead. I mean, it is the LAR 5, so he is going to outrun me, but... Bro, slow down! Well, if he's gonna just take off like that, I might get some altitude. Like he's just beelining it over to the tanks. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out for him. Oh, I forgot to switch my supercharger as well in that last fight. I don't think it would have helped me any, but it's just one of those things. I'm so used to the late mark Spitfires with the automatic superchargers, I don't even really think about it. It's like the only automatic engine management I actually like is the mixture and the supercharger. In the spit. Oh, hello. Who are you? You look like a 110. Pretty sure you are a 110. Here comes the tail gunner sniper. Yeah, it's a 110. Hopefully alone. Run him out of energy. The 110 has pretty good instantaneous turn, but once it gets slow, it starts to struggle. God, I hope it wasn't one of my teammates. It wasn't. Oh, jeez. Can't catch a break. Jesus Christ. Start shooting too late? Yeah, probably. I'm not used to the ballistics of the axe gun either. Like, I don't fly it as much as I fly something like the Spitfire, where I just kind of instinctively know. I also find it harder. Part of this is because I do move my head position away from the default, so it's not naturally lined up with the gun sight. But also I find I have to move my head quite a bit to get lined up, and I don't always do it quick enough to get the shot away. This is fine. This is fine. Yes, Wings of Liberty indeed. You were right about the AI, by the way. It is actually better. It's getting there. It is getting there. Good to see. I've yet to get a single kill. In fact, I've yet to land more than a couple of grazing hits on somebody. I seem to have run into every German on the Eastern Front. Still trying to work out where this guy is at the AAA shooting at. He's got to be nearby. I'm a little upset that 110 got saved. I was about to kill him in the next cell. Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm glad we got off the ground when we did. Yeah, I would have had him the next circle, I think, but then his buddy turned up and fucking saved him. Oh, hello. Who are you? 6 check, we're good. You look suspiciously German. And there's something under him, which is probably a friendly climbing to intercept. Yeah, that's friendly down bottom. Looks German, but I can't see his tail clearly enough to tell. Where are you? Is it 109 or is it one of ours? There are a few very specific angles where it's very difficult to tell a 110 and a Spitfire, or not 110, a 109 and a Spitfire apart. I think that's a Spit, maybe. Yeah, it looks like one big rad and one small oil cooler. But we'll pull up under him just in case, but I think that's a Spit. Oh yeah, elliptical wings, that's a Spitfire. Yep. He's seen me. Trying to remember what the supercharger altitude for this is. It's like 2,800 meters, something like that. The nice thing about the Klimov engines is you can just set and forget them, basically. There's almost no engine management to worry about. You can run this at full throttle, 92% revs, all day, as long as you got the rads open. It doesn't care. The 92% revs isn't to avoid overheat, it's just because the blades actually generate less drag at that setting. So it's a little more economical. So we'll hang out up here with Spitfire Buddy. We'll dial back our mixture a bit so I'm not smoking the sky up. %, still better for acceleration and climb rate. Yeah. Well, with my busted left throttle, which is what I'm using for revs, the difference between 92% and 100% is like a millimeter of travel. So I just have to touch it and it automatically goes up. I just gotta remember to do it, is all. Now that I've actually got a smooth frame rate, because I turned motion blur off, because I finally figured out what the setting was that controlled it, this game does look really, really nice. Still not on max settings. I turned up to 4K textures, because it turns out without motion blur, I can do that. It does look quite good. guys can see my atrocious formation flying in action here. Though to be fair, he's not exactly the most steady flight lead. Ah, he's seen it too. He has seen it too. There's a pair of dots crossing our nose right to left. I've lost sight of the leftmost one, but there's one right there. Ah, there they are. Oh, there's 3. 6 check. We're good. That looks suspiciously German. That's my Spitfire buddy. That's a P-39. That's a 190. I'll just fly support for the 39 for now. Spitfire's in behind him. Hopefully the Spitfire knows what a P-39 looks like. Okay, that's a spit off my nose. Something's still behind us, but it hasn't come down. This Jamron, always wary of ducks and 110s when he's around. Stukas as well. Fucking Stukas as well. But yeah, especially with the duck. I don't know if he's on at the moment. I haven't checked the scoreboard to see. If he is, I haven't found him yet, which is rare. Usually I'm the first thing he sees. Or vice versa. Okay, Spit Buddy's off. So I should probably break off as well and not spit all over my screen. Like that chase is ongoing. Oh shit, we got another couple aircraft off the nose. Tail's good. How much better does the Caucasus look in this than DCS? Like, no joke. The fields are more varied and look more realistic. The terrain is a bit better resolution. Like, it's just... DCS can be an amazingly pretty game at times, but it can also be astonishingly old-fashioned looking. And the scenery in this really does put it to shame, I think. Whose airfield is this? This is the enemy airfield. So, looks like we've ended up tagging on with a couple of friendlies that want to strafe that. And my position as Arse and Arnold, well, except for that spit behind me, makes me a very tempting target, so... it, let's join in. I'm not really sure there's much left here to shoot up. A couple of staff cars and things. Is that friendly behind me? I think it is. Oh, uh-oh. No, it wasn't friendly. Ah, it wasn't friendly. Really not my lucky day today, apparently. Out of all of the Spitfires and Yaks and Lavochkins wheeling around that airbase, he goes for me. God damn it. Alright, well. Let's try again. Funny story, when I originally got Kuban, I thought this looks too tropical for Russia. Looked at some pictures of Black Sea coastline, it's almost like there's a reason such is a resort city. I know, hey? Funny that. DCS doesn't really sell it very well, huh? How many deaths are we up to now? Like, all of them? Oh, only 4, technically. So, we got 1 score, so I might have got an assist on somebody. Or that was from strafing up that, was it Dornier on the ground? People have crazy aim today? Yeah, tell me about it. Colors seem way more accurate in this. DCS is just too pastel. Yeah, I mean... at times, this almost looks like it's a bit oversaturated, but DCS definitely is too washed out. Like, way too washed out. Mixture. Yeah, in the, it's only in that one event, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not going to be a regular rotation mission. It's going to be a special event thing that's run at certain times. The regular missions, there's no Hornets, let alone 120s. But yeah, you will definitely enjoy yourself in that mission, I think. Get myself another cup of tea after this flight, I think. Oh, hello. Who are you? More importantly, where did he just go? The funny thing is, looking at the tallies of aircraft that were destroyed that he posted in the thread, it looks like last time the event was run, Blue actually lost a surprising amount of aircraft, given what they were up against. I do like that it's a limited airframe mission though, and I kind of hope he brings that to the main, well, I say to the main server, it's the same server, but like to the regular missions, and then maybe finds a way to implement, you know, like if you manage to land an aircraft without breaking it, you can spawn a sling item to come and pick up or something, you know, retrieve it and repair it. I'd love something like that forces people to actually be a little more careful with their aircraft, but doesn't punish you for losing the aircraft as such. If you get me, having some way of retrieving them and at least making them into something useful might be a long shot. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It does seem like it would be something that's a bit beyond what DCS can currently handle, but it's a dream. Maybe one day. Okay, well, that guy was talking to a different yak, apparently. Remind me to DM. Remind me and I'll DM why. I'm not gonna remember, dude. I'm not gonna remember. Hey Tojo, you going pretty well? My flying's not going so well, but at least we're having fun. Thanks for the bits. I did see somebody over here, but I don't know what happened to them. Despawn maybe? Disconnected? Who knows? Up a little altitude. Got something off my 1 o'clock. Man, I saw him from miles away. You guys probably won't be able to pick him up, but he's like right there somewhere. I've lost him, but I saw him for a minute. What am I flying? A Yak 1B. Something right there. 2, maybe 3. But I think they're coming from their airfield, or one of their airfields. Maybe? Is one of them a friendly bomber? Might be. Well, I mean, we may as well head over there and find out, and probably get shot down again. Slightly paranoid. I think I'm over the lines at this point, so a bit risky. That doesn't actually look friendly. That looks like a Dornier maybe, or a 111. Might be a 111. It's got that tapered look to its wings. So then what was that was on him before? Might have been a 109, trying to figure out which team he was on. Pretty sure that's German. We'll just do a quick glance around. There's something right there. Oh, fuck me. That's German as well. I think they're Dorniers or Heinkel's coming out of their base. And in the meantime, I've lost the close guy. Oh, there he is. He's right under me. Yeah, it's a 111. Here comes the sniper gunners. Yep. Though I did get pretty close to him there, so it was going to happen sooner or later. Ow! Alright. I think we'll call that enough. We damaged him at least. Not nearly as badly as he's damaged me, though. Oh, and he's got some friends. Oh! Lost it. I'm not very good at dealing with bombers. Oop, wrong button. That one. Definitely not good at dealing with bombers. Just know all planes and their gunners' arcs. When they attack, they come with speed and replace this arcs, not touching them. Yeah, I mean, I know where the arcs are, but I'm kind of used to other sims where the gunners tend to have, like, terrible aim, or at least not very good aim. So you can kind of risk it until you sit... You know, you can't sit steadily on their tail really slow, because then they will hit you, but you can swing in like that, and they usually won't hit. But in this, they will hit every single time. Still need that haircut. Ah, he just destroyed our ammo dump too, the bastard. Spawn right next to me? How convenient! A little harder than attacking a B-52? Well, it depends. If it's one of the early model B-52s with the radar-guided gun turrets on the back, it might be pretty difficult. Also, I think it's the first time I ever attacked B-52s with the MiG-21. It was on, fuck, which mission was it? Open Range, I think it is, on Cold War, where the flight of B-52 spawns in and goes to bomb the top of Mount Elbrus. I was intercepting them, and I shot one down, but I got too close to it, and it went smack straight in the side of Mount Elbrus, and right as I flew over, it blew up, and it killed both of us. So I learnt the hard way not to get too close to whatever you've just shot down. How the flight's been going? I have not killed a single thing, and I've died like many times. I am having a shit show at the moment. Is that someone actually attacking our airfield, or is there a friendly down there test firing his guns? Kinda hard to tell. Friendlies. Looks like one of them's about to land. And that 111 I failed to kill is off bombing half the front line. The way it fades in and out like that, yeah. Well, that should come to the DCS MiG-21 at some point. They've been working on a feature like that for a while. But it probably won't arrive until after the Corsair releases. So I'd imagine that's the main priority at the moment. DCS after this, probably, unless I fall asleep. Because I do want to fly the MiG-21 a bit today. With 20 planes left? Jesus. That is not good news. Well, I guess I've got better be a little more careful with this one. If I find that 111 again, I'll try and come at him from an angle where his dorsal gunner can't just shoot me in the face. Whoopsies. Hooked up. Bring the power back a bit, get rid of that giant white trail of here I am. I think there's somebody down there way in the distance to my left, but we'll leave them alone. How many monitors do you use while playing? I only use one for the game. I have a second monitor which I use to keep an eye on chat, but I only got that very recently. My second monitor is pretty much only for when I'm streaming, or normally if I'm not streaming I just have Discord or something open on it. I would only ever play a flight sim on one monitor. I don't think I could tolerate having black bars around the edges of multiple screens. Like, I'd either just play with one monitor, or I'd get a really big monitor or a projector, or I'd go VR. For like civilian flight sims, like if you're going to be doing a lot of tube liner stuff, I guess it makes more sense, because you're going to have, you know, joints in the canopy frame anyway, but for something combat-oriented, no way. No way. Ah, it's the other warehouses, I think. Or is it? Yeah, no, it must be. 1622, yeah, it's the other ones. I was gonna say, I don't see anything happening here. How is the spotting better? I can spot aircraft further away, they're easier to identify, like they appear a little larger against the sky. You can spot things like flashes and glints, since they use the same material. So like a polished metal aircraft now, no matter how far away it is, it still has the polished metal material, whereas before it didn't. So it's not like, you know, you can't see people from the other side of the map, but it is definitely better than it was. Just wondering, wanted to get a head tracker myself and got scared if people use multiple monitors for the head movements. I don't know, maybe some people do. I would never, ever use more than one monitor for a combat flight simulator. It just, like I said, having those black bars where the edges of the monitors are and having that weird kind of overlap or the dead zone between them is what gets you killed in combat. You know, if I have a speck of dust on my monitor, it can get me killed if I confuse it for an enemy. Having like a section of my screen where I can't actually see what's happening, no way. Happy they're finishing Hurricane finally. Pre-ordered it like half a year ago. The Hurricane will be nice to have. I'm really looking forward to the Typhoon and the Mosquito. I know the Tempest is kind of the Lord God King of everything at the moment, but the Typhoon just has that charm to it that, you know, I don't know. It might be because I saw more footage of Typhoons and I've actually seen them in museums when I was a kid, whereas the Tempest was kind of something I don't think I ever saw one in the museum. I might have, but I don't remember it. But I remember when I was a real little kid, I stood next to a Typhoon and I could not believe how big that plane was. And the Mosquito has always been a favorite of mine. The first war movie I ever saw was 633 Squadron. I would have been about 4 years old. You're blacking out in Typhoon, same as Tempest. Not a big deal. I'll still be able to catch up to or outrun pretty much anything short of a jet, so... And I'll still have nice firepower too. The Hispanos in this are amazing. That's our warehouse there. That's the warehouse across the front lines from me, so we got a friendly over there. I might head over there myself, just in case they try and attack me. So from here I want to head northwest. About 3 or 4 of us here. Gotcha. I would say safety in numbers, but every time I've been in numbers today, it's turned out that the Germans decide to pick me off and ignore everyone else. So maybe I'd be better off if I did stay alone. Oh, they're over at Gelendzhik again. I was going to say, is he talking about me? But apparently I'm not the guy with 8 deaths. So, I might be having a bit of a dumpster fire at the moment, but there's someone who's having an even worse time of it than me. I am not the bottom of the pile today. I'm halfway to the bottom of the pile. Oh well. Hopefully later on in DCS we can reverse that by jumping on Cold War. Oh, a little too far north. The sky in this really does feel so much more alive than DCS. Like, all the little corrections you have to feed into the aircraft as the wind pushes it around. I know that these warbirds are much lighter than most of what we fly in DCS, but all the same, you know, especially like on, well, all the DCS maps where the mountains are. I don't think IL-2 simulates airflow over mountains. In fact, I think the new Flight Sim might be the only game that does, at least by default. But DCS sure as shit doesn't. DCS doesn't even really do turbulence, if I'm honest. Sorry for asking so much. It's fine. But do you know the difference between $50 planes like the MiG-21 and the more expensive NATO jets? Yeah, the more expensive NATO jets have a shitload more systems and weapons and stuff to play with. They're much more complex. But, like, there's no difference in quality as such. It's just capability. The NATO jets can do everything under the sun and then some. They have like 400-page manuals. You have to like meditate for 3 years at the top of a mountain to understand how to operate them. The MiG-21, you just strap it on, spend half an hour learning the switchology, and off you go. So the 21 is like up to the same quality. It's just a much simpler plane to learn and a lot less capable in terms of weapon systems and so on. I mean, if you're a good pilot, you can still really make an impact with the 21, don't get me wrong. But, you know, just the depth of systems that the more modern aircraft have is not something you're going to see in a 1960s or 70s aircraft. Yeah, MiG-21's also an older module. It was the first third-party module in DCS. It came out, what, 2015? Somewhere around there? Whereas a lot of the fancy new NATO jets have only just come out within the past 2 or 3 years, or in the case of the Viper, the past probably, what, 10 or 11 months. And a lot of the NATO jets aren't even finished yet. The Hornet's slowly getting there, at least. It is slowly getting there. But it's going to be at least another year or two, I reckon, before the F-16 does. Oh, we just spat over their airfield. That is probably a bad idea. I love how responsive the Yak is to the controls. It's such a joy to fly, except for the lack of rudder trim. See, it's really the only complaint I have about the way it handles, is that I have to constantly hold the rudder pegged over to one side, and it makes my legs sore. But other than that, it's a beautiful plane. There's a real-life issue too. So, the Bristol, which I've flew for about 20-ish hours, 20, 25 hours. That doesn't have rudder trim either, and the Bristol has quite pronounced... Uh-oh. Moth lights. The Bristol has quite pronounced P-factor, so as you put power on, it starts to yaw over quite badly. And so you'd have to feed a lot of rudder in to keep it steady. Uh-oh. I think that actually right there is their airfield. So Captain Mothlights here is trying to draw attention to the fact that I'm here. I think he's just taken off, but it's kind of hard to tell. He looks like he might be a bomber or a 110. He looks quite large. Probably a bomber. I don't know. I would definitely recommend the MiG-21. Some of the more modern aircraft can teach you bad flying habits. Like, they'll teach you how to manage a more modern aircraft, but they'll teach you bad flying habits because the fly-by-wire will stop you from doing stupid things that would kill you in an older aircraft like the MiG-21. This is going to get me shot. Of course, it's a Stuka. God damn! Cannot catch a break. Well, I got him at least. Immediately sets me on fire with his first hit. Seems like they've made fires more common, maybe. Because I very rarely used to catch fire before. Well, we just lost a critical number of planes because I'm a big dummy and got a bit too close to the enemy airfield. I'm not very good at this. I'm really not very good at this. Oh, I got an assist on somebody? What? Maybe somebody I shot at before finally crashed? So this is... We're not out of planes, but there's like an artificial plane limit, I guess, to try and stop us from... Oh, wow, yeah, we're outnumbered nearly 2-1. No wonder we're fucking losing. Jesus. Quite aside from my bad flying, there's 43 Germans and 25 of us. I don't know when I can be bothered. No, because it's annoying. And it's going to be even more annoying once it actually starts heating up. Once summer hits, so I do need a haircut. I just can't be bothered getting one at the moment. That's too high maintenance for me. Like, I wouldn't mind the look, but it's too high maintenance. Like, one of the main reasons I don't ever really put the effort into growing out a proper beard is because, first of all, it comes in too patchy, and second of all, it's too high maintenance. Yeah, pretty much. So we've been credited with 1 kill, 5 deaths or captures, most of them were captures, and 5 points because I got an assist on somebody. They got 2 assists, I don't know. Killed a truck, well done. It's more than I've killed, except that Stuka, although I don't know if that counts. Killing a truck is probably harder than killing a Stuka. Oh, that's way worse. Yeah, they are gone. The air attack supports in Postscriptum are really well done, sound-wise and visually. They really do kind of scare the living shit out of you when they come for you. Oh, the bullet fire hose have like 50 seconds trigger time. Yeah, a bit more than I have. And we lost the mission. Oh well. Generally does happen when you're outnumbered 2-1. It was actually slightly stacked the Soviet side when I connected, so it didn't take long to go the other way. We'll see which mission's up next. I'm not sure if it's coming through the stream, because I have noticed in the past that IL-2 can be a bit jittery on stream, even if it's smooth for me. But my frames now are just, oh. Even though I'm running 4K textures and like fairly high scenery settings, getting rid of the motion blur has just like done wonders for the game. It runs really, really nicely now. Haven't noticed any stuttering, any slowdowns, nothing. Like, it's so smooth. If only DCS was half as good as this, performance-wise, my life would be a lot easier. I guess I better reconnect to the server. Sometimes it glitches out if you stay in and wait for it to automatically swap over. I could also go to... Well, combat box is on an Eastern Front mission this time, and I've got a better ping to it. Way better ping to it. Do I? We'll give Wings of Liberty a minute to come back up and we'll see which mission it's on, and then I'll decide from there. Has it gone back to the same map? Or is it not restarted yet? I'm gonna grab myself a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Height 200. Yeah, let's try that one. I haven't played that mission before, I don't think. And yeah, the sirens got pulled off because they added drag to an already draggy as fuck airframe. Even, like, not just being bombed by the Stukas though, but even being strafed by a Spitfire 109 in Postscriptum is pretty intense. The sounds are really good too. Like, I mean, because it's a scripted event, they can kind of make the sounds cinematically good. But they do sound like being overflown by the real aircraft. I can say this is someone who's been overflown by many a World War II aircraft as a kid. It sounds exactly like the real thing. Which is actually, that's one thing DCS does really well. I think DCS is probably the best game in regards to sound design, specifically because of this. Is that if you listen to like a Spitfire or a Mustang or something in DCS flying past you, and then you listen to the real thing, you can barely tell the difference. Like, DCS has a lot of fucking problems, but man, they went all out to make sure the Warbirds even sound like what they're supposed to sound like. Like, they really put the effort in, which I can appreciate. Let's spawn at Staritsa, I guess. Oh, this is an older plane set. Let's check what the other airfields have. Probably the same. It's been a long time since I've flown the MiG-3. And I can't remember how to fly the MiG-3. Like, it has a lot of little peculiarities that the other aircraft don't. But it's a nice plane. Well, actually, we'll go down to Ivanovskoye, because that's where everyone else is. And we'll grab a MiG-3, and we'll try and remember how to fly it. Cows. From memory, the MiG-3 has reasonably good endurance. Like, the fuel economy is not bad, so I didn't check what season it was because I'm a dumb brain. Oh, if only there was a summer PVO livery. Let's go with that one. Cool. Well, I'll grab my tea. How do you like the MiG-15 and the MiG-19 in DCS? I do like them quite a bit. The MiG-19 took a bit of adjusting to for me, because it relies a lot more on discipline and holding a certain speed to turn. You can't just yank and bank like you can with the MiG-21. The MiG-15 is a lot harder to fly than the Sabre. The visibility is worse. There's the Sabre is the easier of the two aircraft, but the MiG-15 is quite a performer once you actually figure it out. The Sabre and the MiG-15 are probably two of the best balanced aircraft in DCS, like, against each other as opponents. The MiG-19's kind of in a weird spot where it doesn't really have a proper opponent yet. If we ever get an F-100, it will, although the MiG-19 will outmatch the F-100 in most respects. But the MiG-19 is also at the point where it has just enough performance that it can still kind of clown F-5s if they don't know how to deal with it. So the 19's a much more calculating aircraft than something like the MiG-21, which you can just kind of rely on its thrust and its low-speed maneuverability to get you out of trouble, whereas the MiG-19 you're entirely reliant on your better vertical climb rate, vertical performance climb rate, whatever you want to call it, and your better ability to hold a really good rate at high speed. Because I think I mean, I'd have to double check, but the last time I tested it, the MiG-19, once it hit its rate band, it could outrate the F5 by like about 4 or 5 degrees a second, which is not going to set the world on fire, but it's enough to be a big threat to the F5. And a lot of F5 pilots get greedy and pull too hard anyway, which definitely works in your favor. All I remember about the MiG-3 is that it has automatic mixture when the mixture position is at 50%, I think. It has a weird flap system where there's like a flap limiter, so you don't press the flap lever for the flaps, you do that for the flap limiter and then the flaps come down. And it has that weird tail wheel thing going on as well, which I can't remember. I think it's connected to the rudder or something, and if you use more than a certain amount of rudder, it kicks the tail wheel over as well. Makes it tricky on the ground. I do remember last time I flew it, I did quite well in it actually. It's just a more complex aircraft than the AK for sure. Which makes sense, considering it's meant to be an interceptor, high altitude interceptor rather than a light fighter. Much better visibility. Much better visibility forwards. I think I can leave this at 100% revs as well, from memory. What's the armament? 2 Schwarz? No, I swapped them out for the Berezins. I could have gone with the 2 Schwarz, but I decided to go for Berezins instead, because they get more ammo. And a pair of 50 cals is still respectable firepower this early in the war. Oh yeah, I remember how the tail wheel works now. I remember now. There we go. So you hold the flaps button to set the limiter and you just pop it up and down to actually extend or retract, or vice versa. Look how good the visibility is. I mean, you've got these sidebars, but forwards visibility is amazing, and the rearwards is quite good as well. You've also got rudder trim. Praise be. So my poor sore legs can get a break compared to the Yak. Okay, we want to basically turn around or even head north so we end up over the line. Oh, I remember this mission. It's been a long time since I played it. Thing is, they have proper high explosive incendiary, they're devastating. We might swap over next flight then. It's got a really, really nicely laid out cockpit. Really nicely laid out. The MiG-3 is a pretty obscure aircraft unless you're really into Eastern Front history, but I have known about it for a while. So when I was about, I'd say like 10 years old, 11 years old, I got a large scale, I think it's like a 132 or something, die-cast model of a MiG-3. They were out of the planes that I was planning to get, but I saw that and I was like, huh, that thing looks cool, I'll get that. And I did. And that was how I first learned about the MiG-3. Head out towards the front a bit. going the right way now, roughly. I will say, because the sides of the canopy are sloped in so sharply, your downwards visibility is not great. That's one thing about it. Like, if it was bulged out like a Malcolm hood on a Spitfire, it would be a lot better. And you wouldn't have this bullshit reinforcing bar to deal with either. But, like I said, all told, it's a pretty good cockpit, honestly, especially for an early war interceptor. Much better than anything the Germans ever had. German cockpits are so fucking bad. Like, the cockpit layouts themselves, usually, the 109s are bad, the 190s are quite good, but the actual, like, in the 109, they're heavily framed. In the 190, like, you sit too low so you can't see over the nose, and the windscreen's raked back too far, like... I really don't like the German cockpits. Of course, because partly because you can't look down very well, but also because the MiG-3 has a very long nose and the cockpit's set very far back down the aircraft, it's very hard to see below and in front. Like, I basically can't see whatever's under my nose, so while I'm climbing like this, it's kind of a massive blind spot. Behind and below I can see reasonably well, beside and below, so-so, but nothing off the nose. Absolutely nothing. Level off around here. I'm sure there'll be at least one German higher up than me, but what can you do? Turn over a little bit as well. Since they appear to be going for our tanks. all the way down the other end of the map, of course. The only way I can see under myself is to kind of dip the wing and look. See, if the sides of the cockpit weren't bowed in, I'd actually be able to see down quite well because I'm sitting about level with the trailing edge of the wing. So I'd have decent downwards visibility if only the cockpit was a bit wider and I could lean around it. Okay, we've got 2 friendly objectives under us. So reasonable odds of running into something here. Problem is trying to spot it. There were some pretty decent Finnish Air Force missions in IL-246. Blaskovich, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's definitely some action going on somewhere, but apparently not under us. Don't see anything. Usually the big giveaway when I'm up at higher altitudes is seeing tracers coming up from the ground, but because of the improved spotting, we should actually be able to catch the glint of aircraft against the ground, which I couldn't really do before. My eyes weren't sharp enough for it. So we're basically right over the front line now. I can't help you, Gun. Just stop playing it. Uninstall it. Like, those games are specifically designed to get you addicted to them, basically. With the end goal of getting you to spend money, so just stop playing it. Find something else to keep yourself busy. Okay, so I think that's that enemy-held airfield. Yes, it is. I don't think it's an active airfield, but we might get some AAA coming up from it. Kind of descended a fair bit here with those S-turns. Seems a lot of the action's down the other end of the map. We'll just keep pressing up north, try and find something up here. And if we don't, we can always turn around. Still good on fuel. Base further back there beneath the clouds. That one may be active, I'm not sure. Dust on my screen. Thought it was a bad guy for a minute there. It's Pistorius behind me. Nobody above. DCS plans for today? Yep, after this. I just got to try and keep myself awake long enough. You know, I think we picked the one area of the map with no Germans in it. I have not seen a single aircraft other than Pistorius behind me. They must have all rushed south. Sometimes you get that, especially on Wings of Liberty. Right at the start of a mission, a particular team will just rush one flank of the map all at once. That may be what's happened here. Because, yeah, I don't see anything. And we are pretty far north. Also managed to descend nearly a kilometer, which I should probably try and keep in check. The other question is, do we still have Pistorius, or did we accidentally lose him in a cloud? I don't see him. Well, that's reassuring. Not sure if he dropped off in a cloud or got bounced or what. You see me? Okay, good. Because I don't see you. Oh! Left! Unless that's you. Yep, it is. Okay. That airfield's a fair ways down. Side of this cloud now. There he is. Well, that village has been war crimed. Pretty convincingly by the looks of it. I still don't see any aircraft. There's a fairly substantial ground battle happening beneath us, but nothing in the air at the moment. Not here, anyway. Airfield. So that's a like a mission target, an objective, but they can't actually spawn at it. So we will get some AAA from it, but we shouldn't get intercepted unless they already have somebody patrolling here, which I don't think they do. We probably would have seen them already. 12. What's that? Oh, that's way down the other end. fair distance to go before we get to where all the people are saying there's action at. Still okay-ish on fuel, but we are starting to eat into it. We're wanting to land relatively soon. We might have enough for 1 or 2 quick flights, depending how far we have to fly. We need to land after that. They're at that airfield. Slowly getting there. Should be basically off the nose. Might catch some guys on the way in or maybe on the way out. We continue this flight path. Let's see how we go. Seems pretty spicy down there. Judging by the amount of gunners yelling out that they're on fire and bailing out. 11, awful lot of altitude with these S-turns. Be a little more careful about that in the future. More coordinated with the controls. Okay, that's the airfield right under my nose. So we should be seeing Germans around here somewhere unless they've all packed up and gone home already. It's possible. We'll kick it out a bit to one side so I can see a little better. There's Gregorius. Something worth noting for those who don't play this is that the messages about such and such objective being under attack aren't immediate. It usually takes a couple minutes for them to pop up. So by the time you get wherever is supposedly under attack, usually the enemy have already ditched their bombs and gone home. You can sometimes catch stragglers, but relying alone on that is not really reliable, as you can see here. So my main kind of thought process right now is hoping that either there's like a fresh wave of attackers on the way out, or at least get one or two stragglers. But it seems like they've all gone north to one of our actual active airfields, which is bad news. It's quite a long flight from here. That's where we just were before. And I don't want to be wasting fuel flying back and forth. Yeah, it looks like they're just chilling out over our actual active airfields, which is really gets the old think muscle going. head towards Ivanovskoye. See if I can catch whatever's there. Probably not. But I am getting, you know, to the point where I need to start thinking about fuel, so we'll head that way so I can land if need be. I think after this flight, I'll probably just do a quick demo showing the changes to AI, and then I'll head over to DCS for a little while. I've probably got like another hour or two left in me at this point. It's going to be a fairly short stream today. Disappointing new A10C module didn't happen today. I mean, I can wait. Is that Cthorius there? Is he still with me, or is that someone else? I think that's him. Landing this should be interesting because the tail wheel. I also don't remember its landing speed. I think it's a little high, but it's not too bad. There's somebody down there. I don't know if that's Cthorius, but we'll go check it out. If I can regain visual on them. There. Can't quite tell. I just know I saw someone down here. I think that's our air base there, so it could be friendly. Probably is actually. Oh, maybe. Nope. One of these is not friendly. I think it's the guy off my nose. Yeah, it's a 109. That is for sure a 109. This thing compresses a bit when you get your speed up, like the 109, so you got to really use the trim on it. Compared to like the Yak or whatever. It's got a much higher dive speed than the Yak does. It's more tolerant. It's trying to over-G me. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Big brain 109. Just gonna reacquire the airfield. Oh, he quit after that. Oof. My man quit out of shame. Rest in peace. Oh, hello. Who are you? Someone back there. I think they might be friendly. Oh, we got more dust on the screen. Don't tell me I got another dead pixel, I'll lose my mind. Nope. Okay. Crisis averted. Can't tell what that is. Guess what happened, chat? My internet dropped out. It was probably a friendly off my nose, but I don't know. I guess we'll never find out, unfortunately. Also, I've noticed I have to actually restart OBS now when it does that. It used to auto-reconnect, but now it just drops totally, which is very odd. Anyway, I'm going to take that as a sign it's time to go to DCS, but just before I do, I want to show you guys real quick what I mean about the AI. So we'll just go quick mission. We'll run one which I already set up, which is this one. 4 Spit Mark 9s against 4 109Gs. It was an IL-2. Oh, well, there we go. How'd the IL-2 session go? Not well for me. The first mission, I died a whole heap. I killed one Stuka, which also killed me. He burnt me down. I got shot down a ton. And then the second mission, we didn't see anything, basically. Let me just get that out of the way. Oh dear. Don't tell me it's gonna shit itself because I dared tab out. Oh no. Come on. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, my cursor's back. Good. Scares the shit out of me when it does that. Mirror, gyro sight. We'll take our skin. Okay.
Patrol for air and ground targets on your own. Out. Acorn, patrol for air and ground targets on your own. Out.
Acorn, this is Foxtrot. In contact. Proceed with your mission. Wind from the southwest.
Acorn, fighter, spotted. It's close. Engage. Out.
God, I fucking hate having to manipulate the gun sight on the fly. I'm gonna have to change a binding for this. It's super awkward at the moment. Just because the hat switches on the Warthog throttle are not the best. Okay, my tail's okay for now.
Acorn, 2. Engaging fighter to the southwest. Range half mile. Out.
They do still tend to do a lot of horizontal turns, but they will mix it up a little.
Half mile. Out.
Especially if you get close or you start getting shots near them. And they seem to try and exploit the G modeling a lot too.
Engaging fighter.
Kinda like players, actually.
Range half mile. Out.
This is where I'd love to be able to see the aircraft behind the nose, but because we don't have refraction through the armored glass model, I just have to live with this.
Acorn 2. Engaging fighter to the southwest. Range half mile. Out.
Tail's still clear. Well, that was tricky. He's missing some bits though.
Acorn, this is Broadsword. Objective completed. Return to base.
Acorn. Roger.
Figures I want to show you guys the fancy new guns defense they pull and stuff, and they stopped doing it.
Acorn 4. Engaging fighter to the southwest. Range half mile.
Whatever, he's
Out.
not going home.
Acorn 2. Engaging fighter to the south.
Spit to my left.
Range about 2 miles. Out.
There's one that just went past behind me, but I'll try and get this guy off my wingman. If I can. I'm good for now.
Acorn 4. Engaging fighter to the southeast. Range half mile. Out. Acorn 2. Engaging fighter to the north. Low. Range half mile. Out.
Few solid hits there. Oh, he's missing a bit. Whoa! Bye-bye. That's a spit.
Acorn 2. Engaging fighter. Range about 1 mile.
Smack.
Out. Acorn 4. Engaging fighter to the northwest. Range 3 miles. Out.
Acorn, this is Broadsword. In contact. Proceed with your mission. Winds from the south.
Acorn transport spotted. 6 o'clock. Range about 4.5 miles. Engage. Out.
Acorn, this is Broadsword. Objective completed. Return to base.
Acorn. Roger.
That's a spit. I think that might be, or one of those two is. That's a spit. That might be a 109. It's hard to tell. Oh yeah, that's a 109. For sure. Thinner wings.
Acorn 2. Engaging fighter to the east. High. Range 3 miles. Out. Acorn 3. Engaging fighter to the north. Range half mile. Out. Broadsword. This is flight. Acorn in combat
This is Broadsword. In contact. Proceed with your mission. Winds from the south.
Equal. Copy.
Yeah. Before the stream, I had them doing vertical maneuvers and all sorts of fun stuff, and now I actually have an audience. They don't want to do it. They just want to go back to turning. God damn it. Oh well. You'll have to take my word for it. They were a little more creative earlier, so they've definitely done something to the AI, which is good. Because it was the weakest point of the game before. Arguably still is, but hey. An improvement's always welcome. Really? This guy's damaged, I don't know about destroyed. Might be pilot killed. Oh yeah, he's pilot
This
killed.
is Broadsword. Objective completed. Return to base.
Equal. Roger.
Okay, so... where are we over? I think that's Vagel. So I want to go basically south. That is north that I'm going, not south. There was a mod, I can't remember the name of it. It was something really like basic, like Better AI or something for IL-2 1946. And outside of sometimes causing the AI to go into spiral climbs, which you could never get them down from, generally it really improved AI, like, a lot. Still not to the level of a human player, but they were hard to beat. Cliffs of Dover, the AI are very difficult to tell apart from human players a lot of the time. Again, they're still not perfect, but they're a lot better and a lot more creative. And you see them making the same mistakes that human players would make sometimes. Whereas, look, I'm not really necessarily looking for AI that is super hard to beat or super amazing at energy retention or anything. What I want are AI that feel like humans. They make the same mistakes humans do, they make the same creative maneuvers humans do, things like that. And I feel like still, the original IL-2 with, you know, 1 or 2 mods and Cliffs of Dover are really the only two World War II flight sims to even come close. I don't remember how European Air Wars AI was, but I don't think it was that good. Ooh. Fuck was that? There you are. I don't know if that had much effect on him. He's still driving, but he's not shooting at me anymore. Okay, I need to get my bearings so I can find my way home. One thing I noticed about Claude AI that bugs me is they evade when you shoot at them from blind spots, kind of like how DCS AI will fire against missiles from blind spots, yeah.
Broadsword.
Although,
Flight.
to be honest, I'm not really sure
Combat
there's any
sector.
way you could
Over.
definitively
Acorn,
avoid that.
This is Broadsword. In contact. Proceed
Kind
with
of
your
similar to how
mission.
Jester can
Wind
spot
from the east.
missiles that he shouldn't be able to see.
This is Spot Source.
Like, I think
Destroy
it's just
enemy.
something that you
Transport
kind of have to deal with.
south. Range 3 miles.
Okay, that's a major town, but which major town is it?
Range 3 miles. Engage. Out.
Because our base is at Eindhoven. Bit of a pain setup, but have the AI with vision cones corresponding to canopy geometry. Yeah, I guess you could do that. Yeah, this is our base. This is Eindhoven here, I think.
Acorn, this is Spot Source. Objective completed. Return to base.
Acorn. Roger.
Is it possible to land at the wrong airfield in this game? Does it have any negative side effects? Oh yeah, it definitely is. I've got lost a few times and landed at the wrong airfield. Earlier when I was playing before the stream just to test the graphics settings, I attempted to land at an airfield which turned out to be an enemy airfield, and I got a very, very spicy reception as I was on short final. Thankfully I was quick enough to pull in the gear and flaps and go around that I didn't get hit. I got lit up by about 5 different anti-aircraft guns. Can't speak tonight. Give her a bit of side slip to bleed the last bit of speed. Flaps. We oversped the flaps by like a mile an hour, but it doesn't really matter if it's only one. Bit of power. Chucker the Fickens, thanks for the follow. But yeah, like if you land at a friendly airbase, especially in multiplayer, it tends not to matter. But if you try and land at a neutral airbase, you might not be able to reach. Like it might not count as a return to base. It might count as ditched or something. And if you try and land at an enemy airbase, they will try and kill you. Or a touch fast. You really do feel the ground effect with the Spitfire, but she 3 points beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. On the other hand, she doesn't taxi beautifully. Could you... No, we're doing this again, are we? Okay. Okay. If you insist... Yep. Very temperamental. Just post it. For fuck's sake! Oh man. Just posted a dev diary showing Hurry Mark II pics. Looks nice. Ooh, I'll have to check that out later. Not sure which runway these guys are going to try and land on. Still easier to taxi than in DCS though. Oh, get a load of that sound. Not quite as good as the sounds in DCS, but still pretty decent. Unfortunately, I can't tell these guys to land, so I'm going to have to rely on the AI figuring out what they're supposed to do. Which is a bit hit and miss. In Cliffs of Dover, this would be the point where they just stall into the ground trying to maintain formation with me. Which, to be fair, is what it looks like these two are doing. Hey, Nico. Hopefully no one's landing on this runway. I'll scooch myself across it quickly. Oh, not that quickly! It was going so well.
Delivery. This is Acorn 2, requesting landing approach. Over.
Acorn, proceed.
Acorn 2.
It was a mistake. Anyway, I think that'll do for IL-2 for now. I'm gonna go do some DCS. But I think I'll be playing more of this now. I have to try and get CJ and the rest of the gang on as well. Thoughts on the next jet trainer coming to DCS? That's the MB339, right? Should be interesting. Well, like, are they doing it officially? Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm not really much of a jet trainer kind of person, but it's always nice to have more aircraft in DCS, and jet trainers are a good kind of way to get people into the game. And they're pretty versatile aircraft for what they are as well. P-38 next time? Maybe. Actually, a couple months ago now, I did a brief bout of IL-2 with Tarnfalk, and we both took P-38s out, and managed to bag a 109G, I think it was, on Combat Box. I think there's a highlight of it up, but that was the last time I flew the P-38, I think. I do like the P-38, the problem is that the cockpit visibility is really, really bad, especially out the sides. Like, rearwards is okay, forwards is so-so, sideways is terrible, because not only do you have the excessive framing on the actual side panels, but you also have the engines and then the wings, and the wings have quite a bit of dihedral on them, so, like, the wing tips basically sit halfway up your canopy frame. So, forwards visibility, okay, rearwards, pretty good. Sideways, just fucking forget about it. The P-38's pretty decent to fly in a pair or a group because you can kind of make up for each other's poor visibility. But when I'm flying by myself, it's a bit risky. Like, I have bad situational awareness at the best of times. I get really bad tunnel vision, and putting me in an aircraft which by kind of its design has tunnel vision... Heard about the MB339A yet? Yeah, we were just talking about that, actually. Yeah, I have. Should be pretty cool. Of course, they're going to stop supporting the mods, so that's garbage. Well, I mean, I'm not really surprised. But to be fair, like, a lot of DCS mods become unsupported pretty quickly. You know, either because the modder just goes on to other things, or they get bored, or... they decide that they're working on a new mod before they finish the previous one, which happens quite a lot. Anyway, I'm gonna launch DCS before I fall asleep. It depends what the price point ends up being. Like, if it's really expensive, then yeah, but if it's not too expensive, it could work. You know, you gotta price it according to what it is. It's a trainer without complex systems, so make it, you know, relatively inexpensive. We're probably not going to be on DCS too long, just because I'm super tired. But I'll try and get a few good fights in. Is it just me, or did Twitch add a whole shitload of DCS subcategories? Maybe I just never noticed them before, but, like, I swear it used to only have DCS World and I think Black Shark, and now it's got, like, everything. Oh wow, actually it has a separate category for the MiG-21. Probably because I fly it so much on stream. Cool. But we'll just stick with DCS World for now. See, that's something with Twitch, and this is why, like, a lot of people wonder why the guys doing the Civvy Sims are all doing it under the Flight Simulator category rather than X-Plane 11 or P3D or whatever. They have their separate categories, but it just needlessly divides up the Twitch community if everyone's on a different category, depending what sim they're using and what expansions they're using, which is kind of the same with things like DCS or IL-2. You know, if there's a generic category that covers it, just use that instead, kind of thing. Oh man, the Cold War server's basically empty. And there's a pair of Tomcats on. And a single, of course, a single MiG-21 and a pair of fucking Tomcats. Womp womp. I guess we'll jump in the 29 if we can. That's annoying. I wanted to get some MiG-21 in, but we might have to wait until next stream if these guys are just going to sit in Tomcats. Like, I'm confident in my ability in the MiG-21, but not that confident. Okay, I stand corrected. We now have 2 Harriers and a GCI. Intriguing. Okay, well I can jump into 21 now, I guess. Cool. DCS is taking forever to load lately. I don't know what its problem is. I've got IL-2 running better than ever, and DCS is running worse than ever. Go figure. Okay, are we on the right scene? No, we're not, because I am a big brain who forgets to change scenes. There we go. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. It is time. I actually do want to test the R13s and stuff, but we're going to stick with the R60s for now, just because it's nice to have them back. Next flight, I might bung a couple of R13s on. See how they go. RSPN code for Sochi 6. Won't bother setting the arc, because I can't remember what the arc sector here is, and I don't think there is one for Sochi. I think there's one for Sukhumi. Wait, I don't fucking remember. I almost never use arc anyway. Like, if I'm just using it as an airfield finder, I just use the RSPN. Or, you know, my eyes. We don't need the weather filter, it's clear. kind of, I haven't shaved for like 2 or 3 days at this point. And I still haven't dealt with the hippie hair situation. No, my SRS didn't actually sort itself out. Suspension's still a little rickety on the runway, but not too bad. She came off nice and clean there.
Someone radio check.
Loud and clear. Oh, there's a new transmit and receive sound. Interesting.
Who's on comms?
Rossmum. Oh shit, you're right. Big brain. You can tell how asleep I am. I thought something looked different. Jesus Christ. I'm awake, I swear. My trim's all out of whack as well. Because gun, what else could I possibly be? Yeah. You can in the MiG-21. In the MiG-19 it's disabled through the special options. Same with the L-39, but in the MiG-21 it's just the power switch to it controls whether it's hidden or not. It's only there for aesthetics in the MiG-21, it doesn't actually function, unfortunately. Still no radar. I think my shortcut's talking to the wrong EWR. Yes, it is. Still no radar. It's taking its time today. There we go. Why are you always flying at low altitude? Just because that's what everyone does on this server. Sometimes I go up high, but more often than not, you're not going to see anyone up there, and they will just come up from beneath you and shoot you in the belly, and you won't know any better. A lot of people sit low on this server because it makes it hard to pick them up on these older radars, because of the ground clutter. Also, it makes it easy to spot people against the horizon. Like, honestly, I like high altitude flying, it's just that nobody else does it, so I rarely get the opportunity. Feels like the roll rate's a little more sprightly, but that might just be me. I must be like the only person on Earth who doesn't give a flying shit about the A10 update. Hope we can get something together on Combat Box at some point, do some high alt stuff. Fuck yeah. Oh, it's not even an ED thing for me, I'm just not interested, like I don't really care. Yeah, it really does look nice up high. Like, I did some high altitude fighting a couple days ago against Pom and Saber. In fact, I did some earlier, but I wasn't streaming it, Pom was. So yeah, it is nice to do, it's just not something that happens very often in here. Unfortunately. What do we got? Oh, there's only 2 of them? What? Everyone's gone red. God damn it. I cannot win. Cannot fucking win. Is it working now? Okay, yeah, it's working now. What the fuck happened there?
Radio check 124.
I've never seen it do that, but not this mic anyway. Loud and clear. Oh, it was SRS. SRS killed my mic. Nice, thank you SRS. Excellent, well programmed. Now I gotta restart that as well. Loud and clear, sorry, SRS killed my entire mic. And then I get stepped on.
Summon the brown floor, are you on the circuit? Yes. I am on the battlefield road, capturing Sukume Babu. Roger, thanks.
I still need to get the IL-2 version. Oh, now... Okay, now it's working. I was gonna say, now it's not talking to me on that frequency either. 2 for 60, or 105 for 60, whatever it was. Do not freeze when I'm next to trees, please, DCS. And now everyone's gonna fucking call bogey dope when I'm about to get merged. Okay. Fuck's sake. Yep. Someone tried to talk to the fucking EWR right as I got merged. Cool.
Solomon Brown Floyd. Do you want to try to go get Guadada next?
Fucking... Thank you, teammates, for fucking me. Ah. Thank you, whoever just did that.
Oh shit, it really says I paid $24.95. I'm so fucked. I'm crying. We are gonna be poor.
Oof, ouch, and owie. I cannot see who that was because my alerts are screwed, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Much more than I appreciate whoever it was that was tying up the radio when I got merged. Hey, sub. What happened? Somebody called for fucking bogey dope from 100 kilometers away, totally out of the action right as I got merged, so I couldn't talk to the AWACS to figure out where the fuck the guy was. And then of course it lost picture on him, so it started calling clean as soon as I could talk to it. It's a really annoying thing that people do, is they'll go in bursts of suddenly wanting to talk to the AWACS, regardless how close they are to the actual combat. And so the people who are in a merge can't get the information they need and they end up getting ambushed because of it. It's why I'd rather have a human GCI than rely on the in-game stuff. Because if that was a human GCI, he would have told them to shut the fuck up and actually told me what I needed to know. That's the something's wrong light. That's all that does. Tells you that something is wrong. It doesn't tell you what's wrong, it just tells you there's a problem. There are at least 2 or 3 F5s inbound to Sukumi. Very low level.
Can we use Batumi airfield?
Hey, Balrog.
Do any no?
I mean, usually if that's flashing, you can look at the enunciator panels and that'll tell you what's wrong, but yeah, sometimes that'll just flash for no readily apparent reason. In this case, it's because I've still got the canopy open with the engine running. Who the fuck requests startup? I mean, bless them. I'm sure some of these guys are, like, used to playing single player and they actually give a shit what the ATC tells them, but Jesus Christ. Just don't. Just don't. You're only wasting your own time. She pretty much lifts herself off the ground now, which is nice. No more of this almost tail striking to rotate. See, if no one's in combat, it's fine to ask, but if somebody gets a fucking 3-kilometer call out, you don't immediately try and talk to the AWACS. Unless you're involved in the 3-kilometer call out. It's one of those things that really pisses me off. That and people who call picture. Like, people who call picture are kind of basically pariahs anyway in multiplayer. But what really gets me is when I'm in a merge and I can't talk to the AWACS because somebody 100 kilometers away has decided they need to know where everything is. It's frustrating. It's actually one nice thing about flying the MiG-15, because you're on a separate radio net to everyone else, you don't have that problem, unless there's another MiG-15. But with the 21s, it's just a constant pain in the ass. And our coverage is not very good, because this is, well, every mission on this server now is EWR based instead of AWACS based. And so the coverage is much, much more limited. DCS AWACS is kind of ridiculous, like it can see into places it really shouldn't be able to. Particularly the modern NATO AWACS can actually identify units basically at ground level. Like, it can spot people sitting on the ground, it can spot helicopters, it can spot all sorts of things. So the EWR makes it a little less of a complete radar picture. And makes helicopters a little less prone to getting murdered, as well as making ambushes a little more viable. is we have really bad coverage right now. That's good data over there. So 3 F5s to deal with now. Oh, that's not the right button at all. Friendly over there. Channel. MiG-21. Behave yourself, SEAL. Watch, I'll finally get a pop-up call, and somebody will immediately try and talk to the AWACS. Guaranteed. Uh-oh. Now, was that a helicopter or is that a jet? Probably a helicopter. I'm never gonna see him against these trees. Oh, right there. Right fucking there. Is that one of ours, though? I think it might be a Mi-8. Yeah, it is. It's a Mi-8. Autumn around dawn and dusk is the hardest time to spot things in DCS, especially on this map. Like if they're over trees. The only way I found him was the Seeker turn. Mi-8 near Sakumi. Just be warned you've got something incoming. Disregard, it's ours, it's near the enemy FARP. Friendly Car 50 just bit off more than he could shoot. For 60. Oh god, it's nice being able to turn again. Sharko! Thanks for the raid, man. Welcome, guys. I hope you had a good stream, my dude. I'm doing a little bit of 21 before I inevitably pass out. Did some IL-2 earlier. It went horribly. I got 1 kill for many, many deaths. So hopefully this time we'll do a little better. Now the question is this an F5 coming up towards Sakumi, or is this going to be a Vigan trying to pop up boats? Could be either. I got a spot of dust right above my gun sight, it's really distracting. 3 for 18. Like that. Right off the nose. He's probably seen me. I've definitely seen him. Oh yeah, he's seen me. It's gonna go under. And over. Oh, he's nice and slow. So am I. But that's fine. We've got him right where we want him here. Keep up with him in this turn. If he doesn't go into the ground, he's going to eat an R60. Right here. It's so nice to have those back. Oh. Wrong channel. Shit. Where? Now it says clean, bruh. There he is. Thank you for coming out of burner so I could see you, buddy. That was most kind. Ah, oh, fuck, there was a second one. I'd like to know where the rest of our 21s are. They're not on comms, but they do keep calling for bogey dope every time I get fucking merged. So I can't tell where the guy is, and they get calls for 100 kilometers. I'm not real impressed about that. Oh, I would happily take a fucking 2 versus 1 if I just knew where they were. That's the problem. Like, as long as I can keep the second guy from getting fucking parameters for a missile shot, I can happily take 2 at once. That came out a bit wrong. Yeah, like, it doesn't bother me fighting 2 F5s at the same time. As long as I can stop one from getting a good missile shot, I'm fine. Problem is, every time someone decides to talk over me, or decides they want to know where all the enemies are when they haven't even left Sochi yet. There really does need to be like some sort of filter or some sort of system that makes the GCI just like not even respond to people. If there's a friendly that's close to a merge, and someone's calling from way, just totally out of the fight, it should just ignore them. Maybe one day. Well, the thing is, like, the shortcut doesn't always call the one you want it to call. So, for instance, my Bogey Dope shortcut right now is calling the MiG-15 EWR, which won't talk to me. So getting it so that people call the right channel is gonna be a pain. It's probably not gonna work. Because even if you can get it organized to the point where it does work, people are gonna call the wrong channel anyway, because they're dipshits. So, I don't know. I mean, I'd much rather have a human GCI for this, but gotta kind of deal with what I got here. Oh, really? It's separate, huh? Thought it was the same thing. I think I've got them bound to the same thing, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure who it is, but they keep hot micing. I've got to say, the new SRS sounds are actually really grating, especially if somebody's already got a really horrible mic. It just kind of couples into it. Nice, it hasn't even credited me my F5s. When the game freezes when I'm 2 feet off the ground. If it's calling current frequency, then it should call 124, because that's what I'm on, so I don't know. It is a mystery. See, the other thing is, a lot of the F5, this is part of the reason why high altitude fights rarely happen on this server. A lot of the F5 players are acutely aware of the fact that MiG-21 just outperforms them in every single respect at high altitude, so they just don't go up there. Most F5 guys won't go above 10,000 feet, and usually if they are above 10,000 feet, it's because they're flying formation holding hands coming over the mountains. It's very hard to convince them to go up into cons, and usually if they do, they'll try and get out of it as quickly as possible. Now, the MiG-21 can fight down low quite effectively. The problem is just spotting at that point, and bad EWR coverage. Hey, Tarn. Bunch of F5s and a Vigan. The Vigan will probably be going to the boats. How would you set up your countermeasures if ED actually modeled radars and IR seekers correctly? I mean, there'd be so many factors going into it. If they did model it correctly, it wouldn't be just a simple case of setting up countermeasures one way or the other. Like, I mean, the thing is, especially for radar, and the older radars like this, or even something like the MiG-23, if someone starts dumping bundles of chaff, it's going to turn into a massive cloud on your radar scope, and you're not going to be able to see the real target, right? Like, at the moment, it behaves basically like flares, but for radar missiles, it should actually break the lock of the radar by confusing it into thinking either there's a much larger target than there is, or getting it to just, like, get lost in the clutter. It's basically, if you think it's chaff as portable ground clutter, that's what it is. It also depends on what aircraft I'm in, what aircraft they're in, what missiles I expect them to use, what kind of engagement I'm going for, like, it's one of those things. And BVR is not my strong suit anyway, so I don't know the optimal setup for this or that kind of engagement. In this aircraft, in this server, I'd just be 100% flares. Because if you get a radar missile on you in the MiG-21, it's either so crappy you can jink it easily, or you're dead anyway. I suspect I know what that is. Ooh. Oh, that's the smoke at Sakumi, actually, I think. 4 Phoenixes per MiG-21's a rule of thumb. Yeah, it is. It actually is. That's basically how people treat the Phoenix. What is locking me? Probably a friendly. Excellent. Thoughts on the new third-party dev? I don't really have any. I mean, it's always good to have more devs, but I haven't used... For fuck's sake. I haven't used the MB339 mod at all, so... I don't know. I guess we'll see. There's one. Merge with 2 F5s over Sakumi. Flares. At least the AAA is helping. That was a guns kill, I think, for me. Something got him. Oh, it might have been a man pad. Oh, fuck. How many are there? Behind. 025 for 2. tumbled my fucking gyro. Shit. Well, we survived that. I think the gyro is okay. We pulled like 10G there. I'm lucky I didn't lose the wings. You have no idea how badly I want a Su-15. I do such disgusting things for that jet. I just know where these other MiG-21s are that we allegedly have. Okay, so we own Sakumi, so I can rearm there, which is good to know, because I'm probably going to need to refuel pretty shortly. Still hasn't credited me any kills, so I don't know. I know I've killed at least one F5, I think I should be up to 2 or 3 by now. Scoreboard's bugged again, I guess. Thank you, based ED. Buccaneer, yes please. Absolutely yes please. I doubt it, EWR, but if you insist. Oh, there we go, 129 for 80. How's my fuel? Yeah, we're good enough. They've already started the 3D art for it, but 3D art and a finished module are two different things. What Razbam seems to be in the habit of doing is they'll pick an aircraft they want to do and they'll start the art for it, and either they'll end up doing it totally or another dev will kind of grab it from under them, like Flying Iron did with the A7, and Razbam will just be like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then they'll just save the model for a rainy day or to, you know, make a flight simulator module out of or something. Keeps their artists busy, I guess. Cannot win. Fucking uphill battle. Every time I look, there's a new bit of dust or something on the screen. Quite apart from the stuff that's on the canopy. FARP is over there somewhere. Don't want to get too close. 4 for 70, he's just taken off from Kataisi. If there's nothing close, I'm gonna turn around and go refuel. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, those G's. Yes! How about Yak 28? Yak 28P. Yeah, the interceptor version. Yes, please. I would love one of those. The Su-15's like my baby as far as interceptors go, but I would totally take a Yak 28P. I love bicycle gear and I cannot lie. Well, fuck what the players want. It's what the players need, my man. They don't know they need it, but they do need it. Trying to keep tabs on whether this guy's catching up to me or not. Maybe not. Well, the players want Red 4 stuff, but they want modern Red 4 stuff. And by modern Red 4 stuff, I mean they expect they'll actually get a Su-35, which ain't gonna happen. Or they want like a Su-30 MKK or MKM, which is pushing the definition of Red 4 in my opinion. Yeah, I made the right choice to turn around. If I extended another 50 kilometers, I'd be fuel critical by the time I finally got out of that fight. I'm not that big of a fan of the 144, to be honest. The Yet 8 is what I want. Basically a MiG-21 PFM, but with a solid nose for a bigger radar, and a chin intake and canards. No, he won't. He won't. Like, I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret. Cuban Ace might think he's going to talk to somebody from Sukhoi and get documents. He's not. Either someone's trying to con him, or somebody at the FSB is looking for promotion. Like, there is no way. Or, someone at Sukhoi actually legitimately thinks that this is like some sort of ace combat thing, or like it's some sort of promotional material, and they don't actually realize he's going to want hard numbers on the plane, and as soon as they do realize, they're going to nope out of it so fucking quickly you have no idea. Like, I can tell you guys right now, the Su-57, there is no fucking way. No fucking way. He might be able to make a mod that approximates what people think it's like, but you will never get actual documents on that thing, ever. God, no. And to be honest, if he wants to get an official license for something, he needs to focus on finishing some of his existing mods. Like, that would probably be the real big thing for ED if they're looking at a modder that wants to go professional, so to speak, is whether they actually follow through on things. Because the last thing ED wants is another VEAO, and while he has a lot of projects that he gets very eager to do, so far it seems like a lot of them get left unfinished because his attention span doesn't really stick with it. Or, you know, he runs into a block that he can't get past himself, so he just, you know, decides to leave it for a rainy day or something. He's now toying with the Yak 38, which would be very nice and actually possible. Yeah, but I don't know, dude. That's a pretty complex flight model. The systems are easy. It's kind of like a MiG-21 without a radar, but the flight model, the damage model, like all the stuff that usually brings modders unstuck is going to be a bigger problem in that because it's an unconventional aircraft. You know, like the Skyhawk, which was a pretty serious team effort, still has basically no functional damage model. It's either dead or it's not. Nothing in between. And its flight model is extremely on rails. Like, it's really blatantly scripted, so... Like, it's nice to have modders around that add stuff to the game, but I think it's important to be realistic with your expectations. And to put it quite bluntly, if it was that easy to develop modules for DCS, we would have a lot more modules in the game. But there are a lot of pitfalls which you don't necessarily see even from the modding perspective. There are a lot of issues that even the third parties have. Like, if you talk to some of the third party devs, like, a lot of people just don't realize how much goes into this. This is fine. My wheels were not down. Why were my wheels not down? Why are my wheels not down? MiG-21? Please? I might have forgotten to hit the bind for, I don't know. It's muscle memory, and my muscle memory breaks down when I'm half asleep. And that's why smart people check they've got 3 greens before they actually attempt to land. R13M now? I mean, I guess. I'm probably not going to get set up for a shot, though, like, unless I can ambush somebody. Maybe. If I get another, like, F5 super low energy like that first guy, take an M1. Well, 2 M1s. And a pair of R60s. I'm probably gonna go to bed pretty soon, guys. I'm pretty tired. In case my flying hasn't demonstrated. Big battle over Sanaki right now. Oh, we can spawn at Sanaki? Shit. Well, I'll fly over there. Floyd and Soman have been extremely busy. Holy fuck. I don't think I've ever seen... Excuse me. I don't think I've ever seen Sanaki captured by Red that quickly. No wonder I wasn't seeing anything. On the plus side, it means nobody witnessed that landing. Disposable? Oh, you could totally repair that. You could totally repair that. We'll just set this to... Cobbletti? Does Cobbletti have one? No, it doesn't. Oh, Sanaki's 14. Said 14. And then... Holy shit. Oh, now we captured Godaudo. Okay, so he probably did see me do that. Oops. This is fine. That should be the arc for that area. Has anyone told the person on SRS their mic's fucked? Not really. I'm sure they'll work it out in the end. Seems a two-seater 21 of the Serbian Air Force is crashed and both pilots killed. Shit. Must have been too low to punch out or something. Whoever just transmitted your microphone's fucked up. Or it's picking up background noise.
Radio check.
Loud and clear. Jump scare. Oh jeez! Gaz! Hey man! How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome everybody to Half Asleep DCS, where I forget to put down the wheels before landing. Catch up on this ECM chat later. Yeah, 23mm guns did. I think the 30mm guns did too. Holy fuck. I don't know who that is that's keying up, but... How is things? Things are okay. I'm just, you know... doing a smart thing by staying up late instead of sleeping when I should. So I'm probably going to do a couple more flights and head to bed, I think. But did a bit of IL-2 before this, so a bit of World War II flying. Now we're doing some slightly more modern stuff. Not too modern, though. Does the 21 need wheels? I mean, they're optional. 20 is the limit for Cubs on this mission. Oh. Next time this mission comes up, I think it's Cub time. Not sure if we're going to get it set up for the R13s, but we'll try it. I'm curious to see what they'll do. It's just that, like, if I come into emerge neutral, I'm going to be such close quarters, it's going to be gun or R60 most of the time. But if I can ambush one, or get him while he's distracted...
Chip over the Senaki, there are 4 boogies.
Jesus Christ. Just over the power lines? Oh, I usually go under them. That's what they're there for, right? Oh! Soman, why did you put it there? It's a fucking EWR right in the middle of the runway. Oh, fuck. Right in the middle of the runway. I don't think he realized it deploys exactly where the crate gets put. Of all the places, oh man. As if I didn't make enough of a mess of the runway already, huh? Yeah, he would. He really would. Do not freeze at this altitude. Jesus Christ, DCS. I'm 30 meters off the water, and it freezes. Yeah, it seems like most of them are down at Sanaki. But if we are in Sanaki, that must mean Blue's FARP is in danger. It's right next to Sanaki, it's just on the other side of the river to it, I think, up at Zugdidi. $225 for a... Huh? High-flying vegan? Question mark? Going for our ships, possibly? More dust on my screen. That is a bruh moment. Let me just check that. Okay. Care about the pop-up. Tell me about this guy over the water. 228 for 100. Fuck me. If he's already on his attack run, I'm not going to be able to intercept him in time, but I can at least catch him on the way home. Assuming he doesn't get shot down by Sam's. What the fuck is he doing though? 4,500. Like, if that's a Vigan, bruh. Like, you've got a water approach. Just come in over the water. Like a normal person. Am I getting side-lobed, or is there actually something behind me? Cannot tell. Oh, I oversped. This is fine. For 70, is he? He's flying a search pattern, I think. Which is bizarre because there's no need. You just fly basically straight to fucking Sakumi. Well, not Sakumi, Sochi. And find the ships easily. Some very interesting people on blue team tonight, apparently. Tail's clear. In theory, yeah. 182 for... Yeah, he's on the way home. He's on the way home is what he's doing. So we'll head him off about... call it 135-ish. Burn out there in first stage burner. Why is there orange haze over the water? Because DCS. I don't know. Where are all these dust spots coming from? Oh, damn it. Keep confusing them for actual aircraft every time. Sorry, I know I'm shaking the camera. Just driving me mad. Every time I see one, I think it's a fucking plane. Oh, shit. Bro. 177 for 60. The fuck? I'm very confused right now. I also gotta nurse my fuel a bit.
Check.
Loud and clear. Side lobes? I don't fucking know. That or there's... Jesus. I don't know whose mic that is, but it's fucked. They're still working on it, Horgy. They fixed the ARU, they fixed the missiles, they're still working on the radar. At the moment, the only sure fix is to downgrade your video card drivers. Sounds like whoever's hot micing is running a fucking daycare in the background. 131 for 10. Wait, no, I'm not 16. This guy's going to space. I've lost very valuable time going after him though.
219's patrolling Sanaki.
You got a space cadet, probably a Vigan on his way home. He's probably just about to cross the coast near Batumi.
Copy.
So close, come on. Should have enough fuel to make it back to Sanaki, maybe. Maybe. Do they own Batumi? They must do. I need to stop chasing him and go home. Watch him now commit on me. There's Batumi down there. I'd say he's going to land there if he hasn't already. "73 kilometers. We got what? 800, 900 liters of fuel. It's plenty. Oh, I saw something for a second there. There's no fucking way that's accurate. 14 is Sanaki. So why is it telling me Sanaki is fucking 60 kilometers that away? That is well past Sanaki. Sanaki is fucking right over there. Oh. Big brain, I'm following the wrong needle, because I am half asleep. That's why. Bedtime soon, guys. Oh, Jesus. I need to follow the needle with the filled dot, not the needle with the hollow dot, or with the square tail. So yeah, Sanaki's off my nose. 51 kilometers. Just double check nothing's rolling up on me. Nothing that EWR can see anyway. I really like this mission, so I wish that I was more awake so I could stay on and do some sling loading as well as flying the 21, but next time. So, I probably won't be streaming over the weekend because of the Folds of Honor tournament. It depends if I get knocked out in the first round or not. If I get knocked out in the first round, I'll probably be streaming the next day. If I don't, then I probably won't stream again until next week. And I think next week I might get one stream in before I go away for a couple days to visit family. So it might be a bit spotty for a week or so. When's the tournament? The first round is this weekend. It won't be streamed and I'm not streaming it. I'm going to record it and post it later. I don't want any distractions. And then the actual portion of it that will be streamed on the DCS World Events channel is the first weekend in October, I think. 084 for 45. Oh boy. Well, there's Sanaki right there. Is there a winner prize? Yeah, the winner gets to fight the Carlos AI. Also, I think you get like a module of your choice and then some other stuff as well. There's prizes. Watch this guy pop me as I'm landing. Oh, there go the Sams. Watch for a splash. I might need to fight him. Oh, fuck, that's a lot of aircraft. Clean, it says. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different aircraft right in front of me. There goes another Sam. Oh, there's a fucking space cadet up there as well, is there? Nice. Finally got PC back and immediately buying the MiG-21. Good on you. You will not regret it. Ace in a day, not with this fuel level. Plus, probably half of those are teammates. As tempting as it gets sometimes, I don't really want to blast my teammates. Okay, this time let's actually make sure we hit our gear. What a reassuring sound to hear as you're on short final. And I can't pop flares with the gear down. It's not going to help much if I use all my flares, which I frequently do. There's a Mi-8 over there. Might be Floyd. I'll try and get off the runway. Normally I just pull over on the shoulder of the runway, but since there's enemy fighters like there, and there's shit exploding behind me, I'm not gonna do that. Hey Max. Okay, I can't really pull into any of the hazards, and even if I could, I wouldn't be able to turn around inside it. But I can kind of park up behind them-ish, I guess. I can find one with a turnaround point, or somewhere that's wide enough for me to turn around. There might not be one. Fuck. You hear what happened to Ron Paul? No. What happened to Ron Paul? Had a stroke on live television? Oh shit. Here is good enough. Here is good enough. I think that's been a bit generous to the US at the moment. Well, a lot generous to the US. I think I have one more flight left in me. We'll try an R13 something. If not, maybe next stream. You don't actually need the belly tank. I just realized. It was a fun game, but the problem was the player base. It was the same as World of Tanks. Like, there were flaws in the base game, but it was an enjoyable game, but the players were just... Like, the fact it was a team-based game, but your teammates were more often than not deliberately trying to sabotage you is just... If it was free-for-all, it would have been a lot more enjoyable, and I probably would have kept playing it longer. I mean, you say that, Josh, but I have seen them do it deliberately. Trust me.
To the rescue. Fox 2.
Hey, Troll. Wrong frequency. Keep doing that. Clean, huh? I doubt it. I can already see one over at Kutaisi.
surprised they did something with carriers apparently, and missiles don't track them.
Yes, I see one. Hi, it's supplied. Okay.
Probably enemy, but not sure. Shouldn't have a tank on, but we'll just double check. We are not carrying one. Fuck me, all this dust on the screen. Are you fucking kidding? I lost him. Bruh. Fucking bruh. This possibly friendly? I don't know. Oh shit, right there. And lost sight again. And lost sight again. Oh, they have air defense here, I think. Pretty sure I just saw traces. For... What the fuck? What the actual fuck? He's out over the fucking sea. What is he doing out there? Meanwhile... Where did this guy go? There's not many blues on. There's somebody, two somebodies over towards the airfield. Ah, the Vigans are taking a scenic tour apparently to get to our boats. That's cute. That is surely enemy. Yes, it is. Hurry up. Missile didn't even try. That was an R-13. We'll try a 60. Also didn't try. What the fuck? This will be the new metagame as the Harrier, since the missiles don't track it. Wow, did not even try. I mean, that was a bit close, but still. That is a major bug. Holy shit. Someone go report that on the forums, please. That was 3 missiles, not a single one tracked him. 2 R-13, 1 R-60. The R-60 for sure should have tracked him. Like, they didn't even attempt to make the turn. That should never have happened. One of those should have hit him at least. What's this? Something I'm probably not going to catch. Is it a 19? It might be the 19s. No, 21. 2 21s. Might be, seal in here. Clean this monitor. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't get missiles in any mission anymore, I don't think. But still, something that your missiles don't track, like, that's bullshit. They're gonna exploit that so fucking hard. As soon as they, like, more of them figure out that it doesn't, like, the missiles don't track it, people just start flying the Harrier and bombing stuff with it. Oh, okay. Cool. Avenger? Maybe? I don't fucking know. Yeah, probably an Avenger. I got too close. Yep. Well, we can wait. Oh, there's Kataisi. Yeah, it was an Avenger. We can waste its ammo at least. Well, I need some sleep. I think I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for watching, guys. I will see who else is on. Send you off to them. So, like I said, probably no streams this weekend, but next week I'll try and get at least one in at the start of the week. Then I'll be away for a couple days, and then we'll be back into it with some more IL-2 and some more DCS. And hopefully then we'll be able to see what the new R13M is capable of on a target it can actually track. I might send you guys over to... I'll send you over to Tricker. Give me a minute while I attempt to get this to work. I am a pro streamer. Let's try that again. I'm gonna go collapse now. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe wherever you are. Have a wonderful day. Get more sleep than I do. And I will catch you on the next one. Enjoy Trigger. See you all later.